All right. Hey Logan, what's up, buddy? Having my customary little glass of whiskey before we get started. This thing is running really rough. How you doing today, Logan? Girl, having your whiskey would make life more difficult. Oh, man. I did, Hey, Squirrely, what's up, buddy? She just went out to the store. That's a good place to get whiskey. I did just pick up a bottle of this. Very special Christian Brothers. Never had that before. That's a brandy, though, so it's not what I got here. This is my chocolate peanut butter cup stuff. Yeah, I've never had that brand before, so I mean, I did tap into the cask strength Maker's Mark. Just a little nip. That's good stuff. But I do have quite a collection of scotch in there, although I don't think I have any of that. All right, Squirrely, thanks for popping in, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh, that reminds me. Hey, Turner, what's going on, buddy? Gifted 4,000 members, huh? So, today, the agenda is to get this jewelry box done. Because I want to get that sent off to Turner so he can mail it off to whoever wins it. So chat is going to pick the color of crushed velvet that I line it with. I've got a couple of colors sitting over here. We'll look at that in a little bit. I also have a like royal purple velvet. It's really, really nice. It's so dark. I've never worked with real velvet before. The trees, I do a 3 set of them for like $20. They're not crazy. In fact, I gotta make some more. I have 6 of the big ones left that I hurried up and threw together real quick. But I sold out of them, and I gotta get a set sent off to Alan. So I got to get those done tonight after the live. Since I missed the FedEx store. Nice, Turner. I'll have to remind me to send you my friend code or whatever on Pokemon Go. I started playing again, and good lord, everything's different. Alright, we'll put that glass back in the freezer. so it can get cold for after work. All right, so like I say, today we're gonna finish this up. I have been nice. I got a shiny Gyarados. That was my first shiny I ever got. Well, Logan, just re-download it. Shit. It's easy. So we're going to do some work on this box. We're going to get this all smoothed up. We're going to just give this a nice little round. Get the bottom taken care of. Get it cut open. Excuse me. And then do any cleanup inside that I need to do. And then we'll build a liner. But I think that while it's together would probably be the easiest time to get it sanded down. And I will probably use the random orbital at first, and we'll switch off to a big sheet of sandpaper. And then we'll cut it open and see what the inside looks like. I don't play it very often, but I do play it. You can see over there. Yep. I got a bunch more slats that I had cut up for turtles, or for trees. Alright. Well, that is goofy, isn't it? Here we go. We'll go with that. That's not bad. That's not bad. Alright. I'm going to work on this. I'm going to have to do this with something other than 220. That's going to take forever. Oh my goodness. Get that. So it's not going to dump it on me. There we go. I'm trying to use up the rest of this cheap paper before I break into my my 3M Cubitron, which is a vastly superior sandpaper. switch up a grit. Listen, I don't expect to get a bunch of viewers on this one because it's just going to be pretty much working, maybe a little bit of chatting with you guys, but try to walk you guys through the steps that I do because it's been a struggle to not finish this box all week. Switch it up to some 220 now for a final little go. That's nice and smooth. See that? Nice and pretty on the top. Yeah. So I thought about this for a long time. And what I decided I'm going to do to fix this little gap right here, which is because this piece was just a little bit longer than that piece. What I'm going to do that is, oh, you can see it's just a little bit on each side, is I'm not going to hide it. I am going to fill it with CA glue, and I'm going to just leave it there. I'm not going to bother trying to hide it. It's a handmade box. There will be imperfections. It's acceptable. Now, my next box, there will not be any imperfections, but well, at least none that I intend to have. So, all right, I'm gonna just hit the bottom here real quick, this little raised lip, and then we're gonna get the table saw out. We're gonna chop her open. Yep, it is barely noticeable, but I noticed it, and that's the problem. So I'm going to fill it with some clear CA glue. We're gonna see. Hi, Janelle. Appreciate you popping in. All right. So all I did was, obviously, I sanded the top, and I went down from 80 to 120 to 220. So that way, it's nice and smooth. I did not round the corners yet. I'll do that by hand, and we'll do that after it's cut open. And then I hit this lip on the bottom so that it is all pretty and even. And so now we'll run it through the table saw, and then obviously we'll have to sand the outsides one last time with some 220 and sand the cut. We'll have to sand that with 220 and make it so it fits nice and pretty. Those will probably be a sheet of paper, sandpaper taped to the table, and just rub this on it so it sands it nice and even. So that way when you put the lid on, it's not like there's a gap here or over here or whatever from it being inconsistent. But on my uneven table, it's pretty good. Alright, did the chat get all goofy again? Nope. You guys are just quiet. Perfect. Alright, so we'll get this stuff out of here. I need a rag. Man, that is super wobbly. How's that? Is that a little better? I'm just gonna wipe this down. Now, I did go at it and sand the little bit of glue that I had here on this corner. This corner, right here. I don't know if you can. You shouldn't be able to see it. I did do that one night while I was sitting there having my evening whiskey. But that way, I didn't have to bore you with a piece of paper, sandpaper wrapped around a chisel. So. Now, the only thing we're going to be cleaning up on the inside is any big squeeze out globs. We're going to chip those off because we're going to line the whole thing. So we don't need it to be at 220 grit or higher on the inside. It'll get a coat of finish just so that it's sealed and that the wood doesn't absorb moisture because we don't want it to crack. I do have a small crack here that I will fill and take care of. And then that'll have to be hand sanded. Oh, there's a little piece of glue right there. I'm gonna have to chip that off. So any glue or glue residue that you leave on a project, you might not see it, but once you put finish on it, it will stick out like a sore thumb. So, because the finish won't be able to absorb into the material then, and so you'll have this noticeable area that is different. All right, that should take care of that. There is no squeeze out on the top. Now, when I do the top, I'll put CA glue in there and I'll spray it with activator and I'll re-sand it so it's nice and smooth. I've never used CA glue with shellac, which is how I'm going to finish this box. So this is going to be an experiment. We're going to see what happens. If things go horribly wrong, I'll make another one. I just won't do it on live. I'll do it tonight. All right. So we're gonna get the table saw set up. Put you guys over here. This should be the only time we need to use this. Everything else will be a little bit of sanding. And hey, Vike, appreciate you stopping in. Everything else will be sanding and using a razor knife and a pair of scissors. That'll be it. It'll be a very quiet kind of live stream, as opposed to every other one that I've got. We're going to leave this down here for now. We need to make sure the blade is at a perfect 90-degree angle to the table. Yeah. I might be the imposter, Dan. See if I can't. Okay, so this is how the digital angle meter works, right? It's a super handy tool. Okay, so you can see that as I turn it, it changes the angle. And there's different modes and stuff, right? And if it doesn't like it, it says arrow, because error, I guess, was too complicated. So try to get this down here so you guys can see it. So I'm going to zero that out on my table. Okay, so zeroed out. Turn it up, magnet it to my saw blade. Make sure it sits against the table so that it's at 90, you know. I know that it's not sitting cockeyed on the blade. And you can see, that is not a perfect 90 degree. So we're going to play with this. Oh, so close. Oh, nailed it. If I can lock that in. There we go. 90 degrees. So that tells me that my cut will be perfectly flat on the lid. At least it should be, in theory. And now we're going to use the fence. So my fence is square. How big of a lid do you guys think we should have? Our box is, I have a tape measure somewhere. Here we go. You guys can't see nothing over there. There we go. There we go. All right, so our box is 4 3/8 of an inch tall from top to bottom. So if I recall, the track cut through here is about 3/16 of an inch, and so if we come down, well, let's just go down 1/4 of an inch to be safe. No, we'll say 3/8 of an inch to be safe. So I'm thinking that if we cut the lid at like 1.25 inches, that'd be pretty good. That would give us about a 3-inch deep box. I think that would be pretty good. And 1.25 inches tall. Inch and a quarter tall lid will definitely miss all of the joinery in there. An 1.25 inches. Now we need to set the blade depth. We're going to turn this so that I have a tooth that's straight up and down. Right? I want it at my like apex of my saw. We need to drop that blade depth so it doesn't cut all the way through the side. We want it to just leave a little bit. We'll cut that by hand. So we're going to go about there. I think. I think that'll be plenty, even if it drops in a little. Now we'll go up just a nudge. I think that'll be great. That'll leave a little bit to cut with the handsaw. That stops the top piece from just breaking loose and busting off. So, we're going to put that against our fence. That is going to be our cut. All right. Get you guys in closer here, so if this goes catastrophically wrong, you get a good view. All right, that's fair. So why don't I do this? We'll move this over to 1 inch. There, we'll go with a 1 inch lid. Just need to be able to miss all of the purple poplar, which I can't for the life of me remember how thick that is. I know how thick the tongue is, but I don't remember how thick the poplar is. I want to say it's under a 1/2 inch thick, so we're going to go with that. Make sure this is locked in, get my saw plugged in. My fence is 90. Hopefully, we're going to find out if it's not. pretty good to me. What's up, Sergeant Grass? Thanks for stopping in, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, so now we take the Japanese, the little Japanese pull saw to it. We'll cut this the rest of the way through, which I will do on the other table, not the saw table. And then we get to see what the inside of the box looks like before I cover it up with other stuff, which you all are going to pick. Anybody that's new in here, I've got a big bag over here with like 7 or 8 different kinds of crushed velvet, and you guys are going to pick what color we use to line this. So I believe I've got. Oh, and I have one. I have one actual velvet. It's like a really deep purple. I've never worked with the actual velvet before, so I'd prefer if we ignored that one tonight. I want to do a couple of test runs first to make sure it works the same. I do really like the color. Oh, it's gorgeous. The actual velvet is so pretty. And then tomorrow is a production day, and I probably won't be on live. Yes, tape will prevent tear out. Well, it will help. It won't prevent it if you're not using proper. If you're going too fast, you're still going to get tear out. But tape does. It does hold the fibers down when you're cutting across the grain. But so we got our stuff here. It will not help though if you're like cutting through a knot, or something that has really, like if you're cutting through something that's got a really tight curl of grain, and you're going to cut through that, it's very good chances that you're going to take a piece off of one side or the other, or both, and blow it out, whether you have tape on it or not. All right, let me grab my little pull saw. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, like that. I just knocked off a little piece of wood off the corner where I had tight grain. Oh, I'm definitely not rushing it. It's really thin, what's left. So, oh, I knocked 2 pieces off. So you can see right here, because of that knot, the way that grain curled. So, because that doesn't go all the way, through, I can curl that around. Like I can roll that edge and provide a little bit of like a relief, so that like a shadow line. It's definitely going to be okay. Yeah, it's a little Japanese pull saw. So the teeth, it doesn't cut on the push stroke, it cuts on the pull. Whereas like an American saw cuts on the push. And some of them have like straight teeth, so they cut both ways. And super flexible. All right. I don't sharpen my own saws. My saw blades I will send out to have sharpened. There's a local machine shop that'll sharpen carbide teeth. I'll send them over to them to have sharpened. They only charge me like, I want to say it's like $8 a saw, or $8 for a 10-inch saw blade. I think it's $10 for a 12-inch blade. Doesn't matter how many teeth are on it. And stuff like this, these are cheap. If it ever needs sharpened, I'll probably just throw it away and get a new one. This isn't like a quality pull saw. Now, if I had a proper pull saw, I would have somebody sharpen it. But I don't know anybody who sharpens saw blades like that. All right, here's going to be the first look inside the box. Y'all ready? We'll let you guys see it before I do. Try to get some light in there. Oh, got some sawdust. Ah, there we go. There's one side. There's the other. There's the lid. So, now, all we have to do is, you can see how much was left that I was using the pull saw to cut through. Very, very little. But we want that to be smooth. And we are now going to round the whole top edge so that it creates a shadow line. Oh, no worries, Logan. No worries. Thank you. I think it looks good too. Okay, so I'm going to make that. Oh, there's a spot. So this spot I was having some trouble with, and you can see that it didn't cut through as much in that area. That's where it was harder to saw. But there's honestly not as much glue in there as I thought there would be. I mean, there's a little. You can see like on the corners there's a little bit, but it sits flush with the wood. It's not like balls of it. There you are. It's not balls of it. So that's really cool. That's good. That means I'm not going to have to really do anything in there because it's going to get covered up, and now that's not going to push the fabric away. So, all right, I'll break out a piece of sandpaper, tape it to the table. and we're gonna go ham. I'm probably just going to leave it as is. I do make another style on occasion when I'm bored, that will have two dividers in it, so it's 3 compartments, but it's also not this big. It's only about 2 inches tall, and it's usually this tall or this deep, and then maybe that long. So this one, I figure, people can use it as a jewelry box. They can use it as a keepsake box. Give it to their grandma, whatever. Oh. There. What did I do with my sandpaper? Ah. There's some 320. We're going to see if that works, but I doubt it will. I may have to run inside, because I guess I didn't bring any of my paper out here. Huh. Oh, that's okay. If it's inside, it'll take me a minute to get it. So, but we're going to take this to the table. We're going to start with the 320. We're going to see if that one will do it, because there's not a whole lot of wood to take off. So we just need the paper to be flat, the surface it's mounted to be flat, and this table is about as flat as I need to be, I think. I am getting a block of granite or marble just to use for this purpose. The warm-up drink was my typical peanut butter chocolate whiskey. My calm down drinks tonight, however, are either going to be a glass of brandy or a glass of my cask-proof oh, hang on. It's either going to be that tonight, which is, as you can see, I opened it, it's delicious, or it's going to be that tonight. I've never had this brand of brandy, so it's got some good reviews, and I've heard good things about it, so I do like brandy. I like brandy, I like scotch, I like whiskey. I have a sophisticated palate. Maker's Mark is good. That's my first time ever getting the cask proof number 46, and I gotta say, I like it. It's really good. It's got a nice flavor to it. All right, so we're flat. Hopefully our paper stays down, and we'll just do this. We just have to we want to keep an even pressure so that we don't, work this side down while this side's not getting touched. But we got some high spots we got to get through first. Scotch and bourbon, always good. So you can see on the paper, maybe you can't, but here and here, there's no sawdust. Here and here, there is. That tells me these 2 spots are the high spots. So we're getting them down. Now, if I had a drum sander here, these would already be done. But a drum sander is not on the agenda for this shop yet. Hey, we're getting there. We got just a little bit to go yet. Maybe this 320 isn't bad. Sorry for the squeaking. Nothing I can do about it. That's a little tribal scorpion. This was, I think it's a rather funny story. I had an ex-girlfriend, and when we broke up, she was very anti-tattoo. And she said that if I ever got a tattoo, we could never get back together. So I immediately went out and got a tattoo on my hand. I thought it was amusing. Thanks, I appreciate that. And when I say immediately, I mean immediately. So now that we're getting really close, we just want to keep checking it. Yeah, still got a little bit to go. Boss move, exactly. Wow, that's annoyingly loud. Now, we still have a little bit to go. Really wish that I could do something about the Yep, no take backs. That was it. So we didn't there was no other options after that. I think it got the message through pretty good. And I like it. I mean, it's pretty good looking. It did used to have some red here and a red tine coming out of the middle there, but the knuckle doesn't take ink very well, I guess. Man. I still have just a little bit to go. I may have to go inside and get the... That's the box squeaking on the sandpaper. I can feel it here on these two sides. They're vibrating. Every time it squeaks, they're doing like this. And I can't, if I squeeze, then I might turn them. I might bend them in. And then it's not going to be flat. And so I guess this is just where we get to be. Unless less pressure, maybe? Good deal, Janelle. Good deal. You know what I might do? Is I might run inside and grab the 80 grit or the other papers that I have. That's going to get super annoying super quick. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, let's see. You guys picked up a little bit here. Yeah, I thought about grabbing a little chisel, but I don't want to run the risk of it blowing out or peeling down. So, but a sharp razor knife probably wouldn't be that bad. You know what? We're going to start with some 120. I do have some 40 grit, but that's probably a little aggressive. So we'll start with some 120. Get that chopped down. Now, I could probably use a razor. Maybe. Maybe. Not so much on this one anymore because it's damn near there. But maybe on this one to trim this off. Well, let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I've got a fresh blade in this. That didn't turn out too bad. Look at you. Being helpful and stuff. Yeah, that's right. I could. So I have this habit of I get an idea in my head, and even though I know there's other options, I ignore them. Will take much less sanding now, so that's good. Or I get locked onto or I get locked onto the I don't want to mess up, so I will do it the way that I know it can't get messed up. I have been known to do that on occasion. All right. You know what? Let's tape the 220 down, or the 120 down. We'll give that a quick rough sand, and then we'll go back to the 320. If this was a face, I wouldn't go jump that far, but this is just tiny little corners, so the grit I don't think is going to be that big of an issue. And it doesn't scream at me. Oh, I guess you guys don't need to look at the top of my head, huh? We can have you look at that. Just about. Seems that the flatter it gets, the more it wants to yell at me. But that's actually pretty good. All right, let's try it with this one. Super close. Bob Ross. Well, I appreciate that, Greg. Oop. My tape stopped holding the paper down. I got just a little more to do. Almost. I did, Grass. I did take it as a compliment. Anytime, if I could ever get to the level of the New Yankee Workshop, in fact, I think I've said this several times, that'd be like a dream come true. Those guys are, well, they're the OG woodworkers. I mean, or at least from my childhood. I started getting interested in woodworking from A little New Yankee Workshop, Wood Magazine, and This Old House. In fact, if you go in my house right now and look to see what's on the TV, it'll be This Old House. Because there's a channel that is nothing but This Old House. Sorry, my chat froze. Hey, Matthew. How you doing? Yes, it is, Grass. Yes, it is. Yeah. I'll be a monkey's uncle. That turned out looking pretty good. I'm glad you could stop by, Matthew. Appreciate it. Just trying to get rid of that high grit there. I don't want any scratches. They'll stick out like a sore thumb. All right. So now I have a choice to make. I can round these corners over only, right? And I can do that by hand, or I can get the router after it. The way the grain's going, the router bit could make things worse. So I think it's coming good. We got to cut open. Should go together, not like that. Should go together like this. If I can hold it. There we go. Anyway, you get the idea. That's how she'll go together. After I finish up my sanding, Matthew, I'll be I'll be cutting the foam boards to do the liner, and we're gonna have Chat pick the color of the crushed velvet that I use to line it. And the liner is what's going to index the lid. It's just going to be held on by the liner. Typically, what I would do is I would line it with another kind of wood, like a contrasting wood or the purple poplar. So that way the lid set on it. But we're going to try something new. I've never done the using the, well, I have done it, but not on something this large. So we're gonna see how that works out. Yeah, I'm thinking. I think what I'll do is I'll throw some 80 grit on the random orbital, and I'll get it roughed out, and then I'll come back and finish it up by hand. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. We're going to slow our sander down. All right. So, here's the roughed out, and I went and hit the edges real quick. Let's see, there's the roughed out corners. Got them as close as I could. This was the corner that had the blowout. You can see, there's no longer blew out. But I think that, and then I will carry that through. Just the corners will be a deeper curve. This outside edge will be a slightly less of a curve. And then once I get this sanded and I round over the edges on the box, the base, I'll get the table cleaned off and I'll lay out the velvet, and we'll get that picked. So I'm using the big sheet because I can curl it and get it to kind of mimic the curve that I want, instead of it being, you know, flat. I'm going to hit that. I'll give it a nice soft edge. So with wood, I don't know how many people actually know this, but with wood, if you have a sharp corner, that's a fragile corner. If you round it, it's much less likely to split and, you know, have like splinters. But this edge here, especially since you can see how the grain kind of runs in, well, maybe you can't. There you go. You can see how the grain kind of runs into it. That would be where this wood would cause splinters and start getting fragile. But I'm going to hit and soften up all of the edges, all of the corners, and that way we don't have that issue. And it feels better. It's not as, I don't know, harsh. It feels more warm, more comfortable. And it doesn't have to be by much either to make it feel comfortable. It just has to be a little bit. You're just getting rid of the sharp bit. Just making sure I've got all of those 80 grit nicks out. There wasn't a whole lot to sand, so we're going to hit the top edge quick. And blunt that corner. Blunt that corner. You could use it to hold tackle. I believe Turner said he has something like 5 tickets left. So if you don't already have one, this could be the one. Or this could, you could get this in that one. Whatever. You get the idea. All right. So since I've got this 320 already here on the table, we're going to use that to do the final touch up. We'll get rid of this 120 marks. Now I am going to be doing a run of jewelry boxes. They'll be of all various kinds. I have an order for one similar to this, a similar design to this, but they want straight grain cherry wood for the box, and then maple or walnut for the top, and the bottom they don't care about. So I'll probably do the same top and bottom like I did on this one, but I decided that I might as well do up a couple of them, because it's much more efficient to do multiple than it is to do one. No, Matthew, this isn't a jewelry box for my friend. This one's going to go to Turner's 25 Days of Christmas. It's going to be one of the gifts, or in one of the gifts, or however that works out. The one for a friend of mine is going to be the one that has the lid that pulls out. This piece will stay on the box. There'll be a notch on 2 sides so you can grab the lid and pull it right out. That's the one that I've never made before, so I wouldn't send that one out to anybody, because I don't know how it's going to... I don't know how... I haven't tested it in a real-world application, so I don't know if it's going to swell and you'll never be able to open it again. So I need to test it first. Matthew, that's really cool. Couple of little nicks there. Clean those right up. Now I'm torn on putting a liner in the lid of this or leaving it open. I'm torn. I don't know what I want to do yet. I could put a liner in there, but I also kind of like the way it looks. But there we go. Alright, so this one's all rounded over. Let's see how this is going to look before I do anything to the box itself. So it'll sit like that. So you get that nice, turn it around so the grain matches. So you do get a nice little line. Definitely shows you that it opens. I think that'll look good. And it'll be a little bit of a bigger line because I'm going to round this side too. I'm not going to round these corners down. I'm just going to knock them off a little bit. Exactly, grass. Sound interesting on the other box. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm super curious to see how it turns out. Typically when I build a box, I do it this style. So I'm making the bottom and the top, and I'm using that to force everything square. Make sure that it can't be not square. But with this other one, the top will be open. So I may have to make a dummy block to put in there. I'm not sure yet. So just going to knock these corners off a little bit. We're not going to be too aggressive, so I'm going to keep using this 320 here. Just want to highlight the A, make it feel good, and B, highlight that little line. Yeah, it's the outside, but definitely for beauty. I think I answered that one already. I'm not sure. Okay. It's not terrible. Now, the nice thing about this liner that I put in here is you can take it out if you don't want it. You can pull it out. There'll be a little bit of glue residue because I will glue it in, but I'm not going to, glue it in so it's a solid unit. Or if it gets messed up, you can pull it out and rewrap it. It's not hard at all to wrap them. The stuff that I'm going to use, anybody could do it. You can wrap it with anything that you want. All right, let's see how that will look. What do you think, guys? Is that good? Should I round it more? Should I try to match these corners on the top, side to side? Like run the sanding down the whole way, or do you think that'll look all right? Gives it a nice little like kind of a shadow line. Man, that grain wrap is pretty. Can't wait to see this thing with a coat of lacquer on it. Or shellac on it, I'm sorry. Make sure my chat isn't goofy. Oh, of course it was goofy. Light stain on the inside of the box top. Whoop. Linseed oil. Yep, that's a good sealer. Hi, Squirrely. Welcome back. I'm going to use shellac on this. I have a test piece of the sides of the box that I put a coat of shellac on to see what it looks like, or what it would look like. I also did it on some purple poplar, and then I immediately used that piece of purple poplar as my fence on my little jig that I made for the Christmas tree thing on the drill press. Peel this tape off my table, because if I don't do it, I'll forget about it. And then when I'm supposed to be working, I'll be out here picking tape off the table. So here, man, that's a bright light. Shellac, bearwood, clear shellac. I didn't get the amber stuff, but it makes it now it's shellac's up here. Obviously, you can see the line, but it makes it chatoyant, I guess. And the purple poplar, it doesn't cover up the purple too much. It does initially, but then when it dries, the color comes back. So that's what I'm going to do for this box, and I'll do it on inside and out. So that way it gives it a nice seal. I will do one coat on the live, whether tonight or tomorrow, whatever. Whenever we actually get to it. Because I can't do my measurements and my fitting with the outside being wet. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will get my stuff cut, because I'm ready. Maybe I'll get my stuff cut, and then I will shellac this, clean it off, and shellac it, make sure it doesn't need any final touch-ups of sandpaper anywhere. And shellac it, and then we can see that and do that. Set it over there somewhere while I work on the liner here. The liners shouldn't take me long. The cutting and fitting is the most difficult part, most time-consuming part. Give me a second to get this stuff cleaned up, and I will get the crushed velvet out, and you guys can pick a color. We're going to take that. And I think this weekend, tomorrow, I'm going to be doing, I have some production I have to get done, but I think I'm going to be spending some time working on the shop a little bit. I got to get some drywall put up so that I can start getting stuff situated where it's supposed to be. And I can get some proper benches built, not this thing. Randy, hi buddy, how you doing? Okay, before I show you the velvet, I want to show you something that, so I have a Hobby Lobby, and near me, like I don't have one, I wish I did, but so I get my fabric from Hobby Lobby most often, and it's always on sale for some reason. It's either 40% off or 80% off, whatever. But I had an idea for the tops of my bigger Christmas trees. I had an idea. So they have these little things, right? And they're kind of small. I mean, this one's kind of big, but they've got a whole bunch of them. Like this one's a white one. This one's like a little burlap sack one. This one's like, it's got bells in it. This one's kind of big, but it's like a dark, deep blue. And then a silver one. Another one that has, you know, kind of a rustic, like, you gotta situate everything, right? But, and then this white one. Anyway, so my idea was I could take one of these, drill a hole in the top where I would put the star, drill a hole in that dowel, and insert, you know, cut this down if I have to, insert one of these into the top there as like a little topper. I haven't attempted it yet. Well, I mean, I do have... So, it would be like... I can't see a damn thing. So it'd be, you know, something like this. Or this. That one actually might be a little too big. But just a stupid little idea that I had. I don't know if you guys think that would be a good idea or not, but let me know. Let me know what you think. All right. Now I'm going to get this stuff cleaned up and get these velvet out. Yeah, I kind of think they would look really good. Even especially ones like this one, that one, and the ones that have the like glitter and stuff on them. You know, like that. Like very Christmassy, like, hey, look at me kind of thing. Stuff like that. Like these ones I feel are more of a like country, rustic kind of thing. These ones are more pretty, I guess. I don't know. While I was waiting on them to cut all my fabric up for me, I walked around and I had a debit card, and that's usually a terrible combination. So here we are. I now have these flower things. We'll see. Yeah, I tried to get smaller ones, and they have a ton of these fake flowers, but they weren't like Christmassy. They were like roses and daisies and things like that, like little like irises and stuff. These ones I felt looked kind of like poinsettias or something. You know, they look Christmassy, but that was as small as they got. And I couldn't even find one on like a wreath or something that I could take stuff off. Let's get all that glitter off my table. I'm covered in glitter for a month. Ah, missed a piece of tape. Great success. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Grass was they're a classic holiday flower. All right. So we've got green. Oh, you guys are looking at me. Should be looking at this. And I'll move them around a little bit so you can see them in the light. We've got classic black, We've got red. We've got a kind of pinkish purple. We have white. Huh. Oh, okay. Woo. There's like other colors to the stuff had rubbed off and got on there. We've got a very nice blue. And we've got a purple that got all unfolded. Okay. And then I have the deep purple that looks almost black. Actual velvet, but we're not going to use that today. Because I haven't worked with it, I don't know what it's going to do. So, here are the colors. Hi. Orientation's locked. Yes, I know. All right. Well, let me see. Does my light do anything to it? There we go. So it's like a pinkish purple. We got the purple, the blue, the red. It's very red. The black, the green, and the white. Just in time, Turner. Just in time. We're picking the color for the liner. These are the 7 colors that I have available. And that purple velvet that I have is darker than that. But it looks like on my screen, it looks like that. That little dark area there where like that shadow is. So, we need to know which color, guys and gals. I don't know how many. It's like 3 of you are in here now, so, or at least 2 of you. I do like that green and the red. That blue is really nice. This is the color that I used on my Facebook page on the end tables. This is what I lined them with. No, no, we're doing one color. We're not multicolor in this thing. So let's do this. Which colors do we think would look good here? Green. I think that's good. I got to be honest, I was kind of partial to the white, but after seeing it here with the stuff, I was thinking either red or green. So, I mean, the blue is really nice too, but say I don't know how I would get 2 of them I mean, I guess I could do the bottom of the box one color and the sides a different color. But, like the inside bottom, like this piece down here and this piece would be different colors. But I don't know that you would ever see that. All right. So we're going to go with green. I think that'll look good. And it's got that nifty shimmer. All right, we'll go with green. So you guys turn around. Get my thing all situated again. Give you guys all motion sickness for a minute. All right, so we're going to keep the green. We're going to put everything else back in the bag. Also, when I go and get this stuff, I get like 5 yards of each. I have them break it down into 1 yard blocks for me, so it's easy to work with. All right, so we're going to do green. I don't think that'll look bad. That looks pretty good. Okay. Now, I need that. We'll put that over there. I need this. Okay. There's my foam board liner. This is what we'll break down. We'll wrap it with this and jam it in the box. But I need a ruler. I need a razor knife with a very good blade. That'll do. All right. So we're going to play a little arts and crafts with Dan. Janelle, you did. We ended up picking this one. This green. Yes, Janelle. I'm gonna do the 4 sides, and then I'm going to put the bottom in to hold the 4 sides open on the bottom. They will be. I'll put some contact adhesive on the box itself, but I'm only going to do it on the piece, so that way it's removable. Line the top with green and the bottom with blue. Well, I'm not doing a hinged top though. I mean, I could do a hinged top. It's this, whatever this is. I don't know. It's crushed velvet. That's what it's listed as. I don't know if it's woven or not. But, so we need 3¼ inches. And I need pencil. A sharp pencil. Yeah, it does stretch some. It doesn't have a ton of stretch, but it does have some. In fact, the stretching is really nice for doing this wrapping thing. So 3¼ We'll come down here, flush that up. 3¼ and we'll come down here. Yes, Gina, the top is going to fit down on this, so we will be right about here, which you can't see. So, see if I can get somewhere that's... We will be... Oh my goodness. About... here. Will actually be just a nudge underneath it. Be about there, actually. Which... looks like a lot on that camera there, but it's really not. And that's what the lid will index onto. You're good, Janelle. I appreciate it. In fact, I need that to be right there. That to be right there. That one to be right there. Okay. I'm going to grab something to use as a long straight edge. Okay. I don't know why I didn't cut all the way through that. I must have been super gentle on that knife. Yeah. Yep, that's all this is. It's got like a hard paper, a thick paper on each side, and a little dense foam in there. Sits about oh, just over 1/8 of an inch thick. Just over 1/8 of an inch thick. Now, I'm going to need more than one of these. So, let's get this lined up here. And we'll mark this. We're going to flip that because my top cut is angled. Okay. Set down. That gives me the bevel that I'm looking for and a slightly less beveled top. Thank you, Randy. Oh, that's really cool, Grass. That's really cool. I know they, like, I usually get this in the like the picture area. And it's probably because they use it to make the shadow box, or that like shadow frame. They cut the box out of it to put around a picture, whatever it is they do there. All right, so I need to recut one bevel because I cut it going the wrong way. Because I'm goofy. So we want the top to bevel in and the bottom to bevel out. There. Didn't lose any height because all I did was cut the beveled foam the other direction. So now we'll have the bevel for the top, for the lid to the index on, and the bevel for the bottom to get wedged in with the framing mats. Thank you. And then we take this. We're going to mark. We're going to mark where that is here. And here. Now, so this will push our sides up that, a little bit more, unless I bevel the edges of this and they bevel together. Okay, so you either lift your sides up or you match your bevels, and then it kind of holds everything together. The sides will hold the bottom down and the bottom will hold the sides in. And then, of course, all four corners will be a little beveled. We will have the thickness of our material as well, but that is negligible. I can find my marks. Here they are. So those will be the sides. We're going to get the bottom cut. And then I can get rid of all these other pieces. So we're going to go 7.5 by, of course I had to pick a goofy number. We'll just do this. Oh, look at that. Got it right there. Okay. Burnell, how you doing, buddy? I'm guessing that there's a game on. I mean, it is Sunday, so it makes sense. All right. So we are going to cut this like so. Get rid of that piece. We're going to cut this one. So, get rid of that one. Almost. Okay. And then we just need to line up on the edge here, cut a bevel on the other two sides. This is the part where I said everything's going to get quiet because, well, this is just you guys listening to whatever you're listening to and the ticking of my little shop metronome here. Okay, so all my bevels. So this is my top, this is my bottom. I won't remember that, so bottom. That way all my sides, the bevels will run into it, like this. And that will help keep the sides in place and hold the bottom down. Oh, it is Saturday, isn't it? Holy cow. Man, I don't know. Listen, I go to Wegmans, all right? That's my grocery store. Wegmans and Giant on occasion when they got sales. Wow, I can't believe it's Saturday. Well, I guess that makes sense because I'm live. So. Ah, Turner, you got to get that. You got to stay warm for that fishing trip. Oh, I still need this and this and this. Okay, so we need to bevel our side. And we need the big bevel down. I'm going to put that in here, mark it. I guess it would help if I marked it on the right side. Okay. Like somebody's here. Hey. Now, Grassy, when you go to Wegmans, you gotta buy the Wegmans brand stuff. Like the dollar pasta sauce. That's amazing. And $1. Pig spender. Alright. So now that my sides are lined up, cut my bevel in. Okay, that will be oh goodness. There we go. And we'll be up just a nudge to account for the bottom. But that is how we will be sitting. We'll have it, the bevel will be facing into the box, the high point into the box, so that the lid can index easy while still keeping a little bit of a flat to hold the lid straight, to hold the lid on. Yeah, well, so the problem with using your tape measure is, so I can measure this, right? And this comes out to, this doesn't go all the way to the end. So this side comes out to 7.5, counting that little end. This side comes out to just under 7.5, counting that little end. So my box isn't perfectly square. But what I do know will fit is if you use the part to measure. So I am a big fan of measuring things. Like I can follow a plan, but compound errors are a thing. So if you have, if you make an error on a measurement anywhere, and you're building, then that doesn't really apply to this. But if you make an error, say you're building a coffee table, and you make an error at son of a biscuit. Here, we'll do it this way. You make an error in the beginning, and you have a piece that's a 1/16 of an inch longer, and you don't notice it, And then you get everything put together and you go to put that drawer in that now doesn't fit because you made a piece a 16th of an inch longer. Like, I don't know. I'm a big, like I say, I'm a big proponent of using the measure to, or the fit. Also, I ain't measuring now with a tape measure. Oh yeah, my shop teacher told me the same thing. Like I'm not trying to dismiss it. It is very valid. But you get a much better fit, I think, if you measure to fit. But that's just me. You know, to each their own. To each their own. Oh, that piece is backwards. And upside down. There we go. And I can get a nice snug fit. Like they're not falling out, which is what I'm after. I don't know. I could probably do it with a tape measure, but I like to eyeball things. It makes me feel good, more gooder. There. So we're going to cut that. Oh, that wasn't even straight. What a bonehead. All right. Okay, little angle on the top, big angle on the bottom, side angle going the other way. Big angle on the bottom, side angle going this way. My shop teacher also didn't have fingers, so, well, most of his fingers. So, I'm not sure that any of his advice was valid. Yes, I did. I did bevel. That's what I was just measuring here. I had my bevel going the wrong way on this one. And I can't really see that one. There it is. Alright, so we are going to put this one in here. It's going to go in little bevel up top. Alright, so this way. There it is. So 4 1/4. A light quarter. Okay. Oh. Have to bevel this one just a little bit more. Oh, that was right the first time. Excuse me. Can't remember which side I had this one on. We're going to put it on that side. I'm going to work this down to a nice fit. Oh, backwards. Ugh. Okay. Okay. One more. We want to be about here. But on that side. All right. Heavy angle in. Little angle out, which would mean this way. Okay. Wrong. That way. My bevels are nowhere near exact. It is very thin fabric, but have no fear. I've done it before. You don't just wrap it either. You have to apply adhesive. Oh, I need to whittle this down just a nudge. Let's see. We'll go off this side. Indeed, it would have. Unfortunately, I didn't think that far ahead because it's a box. How complicated can it be? Haha, fooled me. Off by a 30-second. The great thing about these corners here, they don't have to be perfect. They just need to be close because the fabric is going to hide them. You'll never see them. This last one that I put in here needs to be oh, boy, those are super tight fit. Needs to be just a nudge smaller because it is pushing out my other piece. Yeah, they are critical. Critical tolerances. Okay. Not that way. That way. That way. There we go. Oh. Why is that one so... Oh. That one must have been cut straight. Alright. This one is just a nip taller. So we're going to give it a little haircut. How did I manage this? This way. There we go. The fabric is going to cover up a lot of Dan mistakes because I am not an upholsterer. But let's do a test fit on the lid, shall we? Make sure we're not too high. Can't be all fancy with the speaking. Gosh and going. And does the job very well. And we'll see if it works with the fabric on it. But, and we've got plenty of space here. We could have gone even higher if we wanted to. But, still at the bottom. I'm not putting the bottom in. I learned that mistake one time before. So once you put this thing in, you will never, ever, ever get it back out without wrecking it. Or at least that's my experience. So we are going to write, which side's the knot side? We're going to call this side 1 with the knot. So we're going to go top, 1, 1, 2, 2. There. So good lineups. Corner 1 and corner 1. Corner 2 and corner 2 are bound to line up. And I just thought about this. That's all going to get covered up with fabric, so it really doesn't matter. So we'll put number 1 over there. Number 1 over there. Number 2 over there. Number 2 over there. All right. Pusher. Hey, that doesn't like squeeze in there. That's beautiful. I like it. Man, I thought that was going to be a super tight fit. Doesn't have much. Yeah, pull tab would be nice. All right. So, you think we should put a coat of finish on this a while and allow that to dry while we do the fabric bit? Yeah, when you put the fabric on, it's going to get stupid real quick. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that a side? No, that was a scrap. That one was cut off. This one was a cut off. All right. Okay, I'm going to grab my stuff to get this. Get a coat of oil on this, or shellac on this, and we're going to move you guys back just a nudge. So I'm done with all of this stuff. We can get all this stuff cleaned up. I'll use scissors for that. I don't want this on the table because I'm a klutz and I will spill stuff on it. Okay, we'll put that back in there. We'll put this back in here. This is all scrap. Put that under there. I'm just grabbing my stuff, guys. I'm still here. Yeah. Oh, what did I do with my... Oh, here they are. We put these on the table here, underneath the scissors. So that way they don't get mixed up with scrap. I'm going to lay out a couple of pieces so that the box and the lid can get set on the table over here to cure. Okay, I'm going to paper towel to wipe the box down. I won't do all of the finish process. Mr. Dave, how you doing, buddy? I won't do all of the finishing process on the live. I'll just put a coat on. Excuse me. And I'll finish it off camera. Because it'll be multiple coats. So, a little foam applicator pad. A little bit overkill for this. But that's what we're going to do. And the foam pads are cheap. You can get them at Harbor Freight. It's like a pack of like 6 of them for $2. I use them. I use one side one time, one side for the next time, and then throw it away. Get a new one. They're not. On stuff like this that gets hard anyway. They're not particularly important to me. It's a consumable as far as I'm concerned. Alright, so let's get the proper side of that pad. Make sure we get in them corners. And then smooth everything out. Sorry, this is really hard for me to show you guys. Alright, this one I can show you. Ready? Are you ready? Boy, I should have thought about that a little bit, huh? I shouldn't have done the bottom of the lid. Well, it's the first coat, so it's okay. I will put this on, sand it with a light 320, but the brush marks will go away, obviously. I'll sand it with a light 320 and then do another coat. I'll probably use a rag for the second coat. You can see it's pulling out some of the coloring out of the purple poplar on my board here, or my sponge. All right, I'm gonna do the inside of the box. Get that corners all done up in there, and then I'll show you guys the outside. Like I said, I'm only doing the inside as a sealer, just so it doesn't absorb too much moisture. So you're not going to see it ever, so unless you take the liner out. But I do need to get all of these globs out. These balls of stuff. Alright, that gives it a nice seal. Alright. Alright. Let's get some more schmutz on here. Look at that. Man, I wish you guys... I wish the light wasn't showing the like brush marks so much on the camera, but don't worry, the brush marks go away. They're not... Oh. They're not like a permanent thing. Complementary solvents, yep. This one I believe is alcohol based because it does evaporate off, flash off really quickly. I just need to make sure I get a good first coat with no real runs or bubbles of stuff. All right. The first coat, kind of the most important. Okay. Ready? Are you ready? All right, let me get this inside lip done. Oh, this is the bottom of the box. This one doesn't matter. But still makes that angel wing stick right out. Okay, I'll pick up all my globs of stuff here. Smooth that out. Make sure I don't have any big runs. Stick my gut out in front of the camera for you, because why not? Alright. Now, this goes over to sit. We'll show you this here after it's had a chance to dry and I can handle it a little bit. That will sit over there. Use the other half of that sponge later. Yes, they can, Grass. Yes, they can. Particularly the runs. The bubbles in this stuff, the bubbles in that stuff, they tend to go away. They tend to go away all on their own with no heat, no nothing. But the runs, however, they turn into a big puddle of shellac. And, well, that's no good, because that will ruin the finish. But the nice thing is, it cleans up with glass cleaner. I don't want my hands being sticky with that stuff when I'm playing with that velvet. It's not a fun time. I'm glad I can make you happy, Grass. So, what we're going to do is we're going to pre-cut our velvet. And then we are going to separate the velvet out off to the side. On the other side, we're going to spray everything with our contact adhesive. Yeah, I would hang them, but for now I just have them sitting on some little runners. Because then when this stuff is dry, I'll flip it and I'll do that lip. That lip down there. But yeah, what am I doing? Let's turn the camera around. There you go. This is a nicer light. Now's when I'll see a big old run and it'll upset me because I'll have to do it all over again. That's pretty much how they're going to look. The purple will come back a bit. Um, right now it kind of looks brown, but you can see like this one, the purple's starting to come back here. Um, so I think that's going to be. Yeah, it did. It did soak in really nicely. Yeah, Windex is a wonderful tool. Um, make sure I don't have anything on my table that's going to get all over that fabric. I don't want to spray it with the Windex right now because that'll re-soften that shellac if any of it dripped onto the table, and I don't want to do that. So, we're still sticking with the green now that we see how it looks. Look at that. Isn't that shimmery and pretty? All right, so I need very, very little of this for that box, and I decided I'm not going to put a liner in the top of the lid. I'll just, well, we'll see. I might put a liner in there. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to, Windex is a lifesaver. I think I'm going to just shellac the inside. But, so this is our material. And these are our pieces. So we're going to pre-cut everything. All we really want it to do is, so this is the back, right? This is our front. So we just want it to not look at me. We just need it big enough that we can stretch it a little bit tight and have it fold around. That's it. And we're going to do all of them this way. Okay. So that all the shiny bits line up. Because if you turn it, then it looks, one piece will look different. Yeah, directional. Yep. So we do want to leave a little bit. We do want to leave a little bit so that we can fold it over, because I will spray contact adhesive on the back and allow it to set. And if it's too much, you just trim it off. But that way you're not cutting them too small. Do not spray contact adhesive on this. It will soak through and harden the other side, and it will not be pretty. Contact adhesive on the foam board only. Only. I know because I did it, and it was not pretty. I was very unhappy with it. So we're just going to do a rough cut of this stuff so I can get this off of here. We're gonna go a little big So I don't, well, that's going to fold around, so that really won't matter. But I don't particularly want the edge. So I'll leave that so it can be trimmed off. We're going to go like so. These scissors are not made for this. Here. I should have grabbed my rotary cutter. I could have just ran it and been done. All right, piece one, and that is how it will look. You stretch it a little bit here. It'll look like that. And then if you put the other ones in, it would look, if you did it the other way, it would look like that, which doesn't look as dramatic as that. I don't know if you guys can see that on the camera. I can see it. Yeah, ask me how I know. All right, so piece one. Set that over there with the piece under it. And, oh, that'd probably be big enough. You know what? I wonder if I can cut this with a razor knife. I haven't tried this before, so we're going to see what happens. We're going to get a little edge here. We're going to flip that around so it's tight down. I don't see why I couldn't, as long as I can keep the material from dragging, which I think would be the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Keeping it from moving. Nah, scissors works fine. A rotary would have been better, but it is what it is. And remember, fabric's cheap. If you're going to do this, you don't have to be stingy on the fabric. You can cut it down to size later. Places like Hobby Lobby, they sell this stuff for like, I think the other day when I went, it was 40% off per yard. So it turned out to be, look at that. That's going to be gorgeous. Yeah, I'm really bad with using my scissors on everything. But I believe they was 40% off, which seems to be like an every other week thing. So you this stuff was like $4 a yard. We'll make that one a little big because then I can cut out for that one and have a straight line here. Or at least a relatively straight line. This one's obviously huge. It'll drag on this. For now. This works really good too. But you are right. 3M works really good. Alright. And then we'll have one other little piece to do here. There we go. That way. So, make this all gargantuanly huge. The first 2 times I did this were epic failures. Like, they were horrible failures. The first time was I sprayed the back of the fabric with adhesive, and I learned that that is a terrible idea because the fabric turned into a rock. And then the second time, I thought that I was going to mess up, so I will cut everything smaller, and I ended up wasting more material that way. Like, I cut the pieces smaller. Yeah, exactly, Janelle. It's the old coupon sale scam. But I would rather buy it at half off than the week that it's full priced. Although, when I went and got this, everybody and their brother was up there buying fabric. So somebody is getting a whole bunch of handmade stuff this year for Christmas. Okay, there is those. Now, we do still have to trim them down, right? Obviously. And a little trick that I learned is to cut the corners out so that they don't layer up when you fold them. You know, so you're not doing this, folding this over, and then folding this over, and having this big 4-layer deep corner. You cut your corner out, or you fold it in, and then cut the corner out, however you want to do it. But you got to get rid of the corners. At least that's my experience. I like it when better getting rid of the corners. Alright, so 1 bottom, 2 ends, and 2 sides. And then we'll take this and get it covered in sawdust because I drag it on the floor. Okay. All of this fabric, right? And I just use this tiny corner. But since I discovered this and I learned how to do it, it's kind of one of my favorite ways to line boxes. And stuff, so I do it quite a bit. At least when I can. Good night, Logan. We'll see you later. Thank you. Now, as for... Yeah, probably quilters. There was a lot of women there and no men. So I got a lot of really weird looks being in there. I always do when I'm in the fabric area. Um, I guess they don't expect to see a guy in there, which is fair, I guess. And they definitely don't expect to see a guy in there grabbing rolls of, of velvet. All right, so we're gonna do some trimming here before I get these all sprayed. But as for giving my secrets away, I am a firm believer in knowledge should be easily or freely shared. If I learned how to do something, I'm not going to charge you to do it. I'll tell you everything you want to know. If I build something and you want to build it, I'm not going to sell you a plan. I'll just tell you how to build it. Or I'll make you a plan. I'll email you a plan. I'll put them on a website for free. I don't care. The actual work, the actual woodworking, I think is therapeutic. And at least for me it is. And I think it is easy enough to do that anybody who wants to do it should be able to do it. You know what, we're going to do this. Why make 4 cuts when I can just make 2? So we want that to come down a little bit. There. We want that to come over a little bit. So I want this to be cut probably about here. That's kind of one of the reasons that I wanted to do stuff on YouTube. Oh, Janelle, I'll be happy to show you here. Just give me a minute. There was a purple, a blue, a white, a black, a red, a kind of like pinkish. White, black, green, red, blue, purple, pinkish. I think that was it. I think there was 7. John, hey buddy, thanks for popping in. Yeah, you don't see a whole lot of, I mean, I guess there are men that do quilting and stuff, but I'm not one of them. I don't have the patience or the ability. But I do have money, and people will quilt me things for money. Oh, and white, yeah. But I'll pull them out here, Janelle, and I'll show you. Let me get this one finished trimmed, and I'll show you all the different colors. They're only right behind me. Looks like I'm gonna have to get a new pair of scissors that only get used for this. There we go. All right. Look at that. I love the way this stuff looks. That like, it looks like there's black mixed in it. I could sharpen them. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, it could. I mean, they probably just need to be cleaned up a little bit. Yeah, I could do that. That's a solid idea. Thank you. Yeah, John, I don't like that. Any of the any of the like stuff that I engrave, I keep that that SVG file, and if somebody wants it, I'm more than happy to give it to them. I don't mind. I mean, a lot of it is stuff that I've either collected or I made or I modified. Um, so I don't understand the need to sell everything for a couple of dollars. It just doesn't make sense to me. Now, I will save time, and if somebody has one, I'll buy it. Yeah, here, Janelle, I'll lay these out for you, these colors here. I'm going to have to put the white somewhere else because as the stuff pulls off, it sticks to the white. And purple. And then obviously the green, which we've been looking at. And velvet. Not crushed velvet, not this stuff. Velvet. This is a royal deep purple. And I got a couple yards of this because I want to try it. I want to see if I can use it in the same manner, because it has a different backing. But I love how rich the color is of that. Yeah, I have Fiskars in the house, but they have also been used for everything. They're kind of in the kitchen, like cut anything open scissors now. Yeah, yeah. I think we had a lot of men in the chat when they were picking colors. But this is what we went with. I was thinking I was thinking the white at first, and then I was thinking about the green and the blue, because I think that is gorgeous. But and I've used the purple already. I was telling everybody else on my Facebook page, yeah, that burgundy is really nice. On my Facebook page, you can see the end tables that I made, and I lined those with this stuff in the purple. And I think that in a black oak cabinet, I think it turned out looking really nice. It really, I don't know, it really popped in there. But all right, so we're gonna make 2 cuts. So we're going to go like that. And we're probably going to cut this one about here. You know, I bet I have a brand new pair of scissors in the house somewhere. But I also bet that I don't know where they are. And if I went in to get them, I'd never come back. I also have a pair of scissors. Well, they're not scissors, really. They're like shears. But instead of like scissors like this, it's just 2 metal things that you clip like this long razor blade into. So it's just 2 razor blades slicing. Yeah, I think the blue would have worked too. But somebody, I can't remember who. I think it was Logan or Ernest. Can't remember. And then I think Turner said green. So I put it like 2 votes green. Maybe for the next box, I will create a community post with the picture and like a poll, and we'll leave it up for a little bit and see. See how like one way it looks different than the other way. I don't know if you guys can see that. I don't know. In my hand, it looks different. Like the fibers all lay one direction. And we are going that direction up and down. Which is how these are. So the fibers are all going up and down. All right, there's 2 that are ready. All right, I want to get rid of that edge, so we're going to go about here. We're going to cut here. That's probably a little too much, but that's all right. We can always trim it. And we're going to go about here. Yeah, I think blues and greens are definitely more masculine colors. But I don't think we had a woman in the chat, so. All right, let's see. That one's actually probably not bad top to bottom. That would be alright. I think this one will be fine. I could trim it a little bit, but I can also trim it when it's actually attached and stretched. This one, I need to get rid of this edge. And I think that one will be good. Yeah. You're fine, Janelle. You're fine. You do whatever it is you want to do that makes you happy. I don't mind. Like I was gonna do this anyway, so whether there's a camera on me or not, I would still be having probably the same conversation with myself that I'm having right now. There just wouldn't be any other input. Because, let's be honest, when I'm out here in the shop, I talk to myself a lot. Sometimes I need an expert opinion. So, expert. Alright. So I want to make sure that we keep all of our fabric. go in the same direction. So that way, that way. That way. And this way. And then the bottom really doesn't matter because you can look at it from either side, but it can only go top to bottom or front to back, however you want to look at it. Alright, so we're going to put these over here for now. I'm going to get a piece of paper to put down right here. Should have marked it. Well, I got them on the pile here in the same way these are here, so hopefully I don't mess it up. But we will see. Though I have rolls of this like packing paper, rolls of it, and I prefer these like pre-cut little sheets that you can buy at, I don't know, I think I got these at Walmart. They are so convenient for stuff like this. Just little stuff that I don't have to break out a roll and cut it. It's just here. Auto cock rocket. Fresh art supplies, nice. Right, Grass? I'm consulting an expert. I need to not be interrupted. I wonder if it's because I'm still under probation. If that's why I don't pop into the like short speed. Then again, maybe it's because in the title I'm not putting like hashtags and stuff. I don't know. I got this big piece of paper here. Might as well kind of spread these out a little bit. And we're going to put these over here with the scissors on them so they don't go away. Yeah, I don't think yeah, I don't know why Tides Flies gets a 1,000 people at a time either. Maybe it's because he's playing music. I've just got the sleepy metronome in the background. I don't see very many woodworkers, or at least not very many that I follow, that are doing like live stuff like this. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's not that popular. I don't know. Maybe I'm just boring. I mean, that's very possible. This could just be boring. People could pop in, see it, and be like, meh. Hell am I watching? I ain't watching this, and scroll on. Yeah, I've noticed, like, the lives, they only get about 150 views. So somebody's watching them. I don't know who. I mean, you guys, obviously, but somebody's watching them. But I also, I mean, it'd be nice to have views, but yeah, I don't know how to change the thumbnail. That's just what pops up is the logo. So, like, I don't know how to change it when I go live. I should probably fix that. Like Turner, when his thumbnail thing looks like it's just a screenshot of his face. Yeah, it's mostly it's the Turner crew, the people from Janelle's channel. Do a thumbnail on the go live. Oh. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna have to check that out next time I do a live. I may just play with it later and go live, but not actually go, so I can see what the different stuff is. I gotta see which way this glue is spraying. Okay. So we gotta turn that. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much the same family, I guess. From there we go. Now I'm getting a spray. It changed my can. It's coming out all like stringy. The direction the hole is facing. Ha ha, grass. Ha ha. It's got one of those turny things, or sometimes, you know, it comes out as a fan. So. My other can in the house is the same stuff, but it comes out as a spray paint can, not this. But I'm gonna leave this tack up. Make sure I don't have any like hideously open spots. There we go. That's probably definitely not the proper way to do it. It asked if it was made for kids, and I said no. Should I not say no? Maybe I messed it all up. Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta let it get tacky. So basically, you let it dry, and then it works a lot like rubber cement, except for you don't need both sides. So what I do is I stretch it out, and then I just push it down on, and then smooth it all out, and then once I get all those put on, I'll flip it over, and I'll spray the back. But I may use this other spray because I don't like how this comes out. Well, this comes out of the fan too. But it comes out much more like spray paint, so. Yeah, so I should not do the... There's another mode for 18 plus. Maybe I changed that and I didn't know it. I'll have to look at it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. I just turned the camera on and go, hey people, want to watch me mess things up? Alright, so everywhere except for where I got the heaviest coating on is already dry. Boy, I probably shouldn't have. Probably should have put down multiple layers of paper. Yeah, I didn't. I definitely, when it asks like, who is it made for kids or not made for kids, I always pick the not made for kids one. But there was a setting that I was playing with, and I thought it just automatically picked not made for kids. So maybe that is where I messed up. I don't know. We'll see. Put my scissors over here. Have a drink while I wait on this to get dry. You don't want any wet. Any wet on here will bleed through this this fabric really quick, and ruin it. You'll have to start all over. Okay, Janelle. All right. Turner, when I'll send you a picture of the settings that I was playing with, and we'll see if maybe I picked the wrong one. All right, Pernell. I don't want to glue my paper to the table. I can see it's still wet. But now, ideally what I want to do yeah. Ideally, so what I would like to do is I want to build a jig that I can stretch this stuff out and lock it in place. And then put these pieces on. And maybe I'll have to do that before I start making a bunch of boxes. Because I really enjoy making small little boxes. Nice, Turner. I don't know what I'm having for dinner. I'll probably go to McDonald's or something. Hi, Steph. Oh, that's right. I know what I'm having for dinner. Never mind. Yeah, we're just waiting for this stuff to dry yet. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I build a box and I just route out an area for like a little frame to push down in, that'll stretch it all out. Um, yeah, I think I should be able to grab that. Here we are. There's the top. Bottom. And the sides. Obviously, that's just one coat. But, yeah, Turner, like that thing. I don't know what that is. It's for, like, I don't know, sewing or something. Yeah, but, yeah, something like that would definitely work. Embroidery hoop. Okay. I know my grandma used to have a bajillion of them. Yeah, I do rather like that slight line around it, and the corners being rounded up. I do like that. It adds like a, I don't know, it's a little shadow line. Not really a shadow line, but close enough. It's skinny. I like it. Shiny. I bet you meant shiny, didn't you? Well, look at you, Turner. Oh, you know what? That's not a half bad idea. I can see that working. Woven fabric. So you don't think it would work on this, or you think that's why I stretch it? Is because it's knit? I think it looks better stretched out, but it also doesn't, move around as much. Now, another thing that I had tried one time was I didn't glue the front. I only glued the back. So I like held the thing down, stretched it up over, or put one side on, held it down, stretched the other side up over. And it seemed to work pretty well, but then the face would move around a lot, and I didn't like it. All right. Big one first. Glued it to my board. Yeah. All right. So we're going to try it. This one's a little big. No, I'm not going to do it with this one. We're just going to lay it down. Ah. And we're going to, the wrinkles go left to right. So we're going to do that. And then stretch. Put it down. Okay. Let's see how that turned out. Oh, that's not half bad. That is not half bad at all. So I'll put my fingers in the glue. And it doesn't move around. Alright, Steph. We'll see you later. Okay, this one is for the little guy. And since that area worked so well, or that last thing worked so ill, we're going to put this down here, Stretch it. Push it. There we go. That one up there. Another little guy. This one's the top. Yeah. And marked it. Alright. I'll put this down. Stretch it. You don't want to press terribly hard because this is just foam, but... Oh, you know what? I could use pins. Yeah, thanks, Janelle. I didn't even think about that. Man, that's clever. I do have a piece of cork inside. I have a big cork board in there that I don't ever use for anything anymore. I was going to come out here and I'm going to cover the windows on my garage door at some point, and I think I'm going to do it with a cork board and a dry erase board. Well, 4 of them. Would you just look at it? Doesn't fall off. Looks super pretty. I love the way the light hits this crushed velvet stuff. It is awesome. I'm sure that I've said that several times already, but I think it looks great. I think it feels cool too. Okay. Let's get some stretch in here. I'm only pushing on it to make sure that I have good contact. I don't want any I want to make sure that it's going to stick fast. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, is sticking it down on one end and then pulling with the other hand when I lay it down, while using my fingers to spread it top to bottom. But there we go. There's all four sides and the bottom. Now, we can fold over. Well, first we need to get this cleaned up and not glue stuff to my table. So this stuff must stick together like rubber cement. Oh, very much so. Oh, all right. Ew, it's sticky. I will at some point make a jig, because I make jigs for everything. everything that I'm going to create more than one of, or use more than once, I'll make a jig for. And that way I can do a repeated thing easy. So I'm going to eventually make that jig to stretch this fabric. I just have to make it adjustable or make it big enough that I can put all my pieces on at once and then cut them out. Because, like I've already established, this fabric is cheap, so I don't mind having some waste. It's not like it's, black walnut wood or something where I want to use every bit of it. Black walnut wood for me, by the way, is pricey. Some places run up to like $20 a board foot. It's expensive. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to get... Well, you know what? We might as well start with the bottom, since that's the first piece to go in. And I didn't glue it upside down. Bevel up. Alright, so my typical way of doing it, so you can either pull the corners in and then cut, but I personally want to try to keep lines out of it. So you could cut, there's a lot of ways you can cut it. So you can fold it, cut this section out, fold the next piece in. You could fold both pieces in, so you get this like tag, and then you can cut that off, but this corner is going to be visible, so that's not going to be great. I gotta plug my phone in. Give me 1 second. You can fold the corners and then cut. I'll just throw that on the floor. There we go. You could fold the corners in like this, right? And then cut so that you have this little bit cut out here, this little tag, but you'll have two of them then. You could just fold everything over, but we've established that this is going to be visible and we don't want that extra thickness. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to we're going to experiment on the bottom. I'm going to cut this corner out for this one. We're going to see how that looks. So I need to be cutting there. And then we're going to see, now this would give me 2 layers of overlap, and that's actually not bad. Get rid of that piece. That's not terrible. But I'm going to cut this one at a bevel. So that limits the amount of overlap. And you can stretch it tight. You don't get too much going on the corner. There's a little bit of goofy up there, but that's because this cut's not right. You stretch it kind of down away from the corner. That cleans the corner up a lot. Now on this one, we're going to cut this way. By the way, this is the bottom, so we can play with this one to see what's going to give us the best corner. So that one, I just cut the corner off. And then you fold this down to this. And you stretch them up to match. That is going to be too difficult to do. So that's a terrible plan. This one would be a way better one. This wrapping the corner and then cutting this stuff off, that's going to give me 2 tags up here, and I don't know that I like that. Hold the side first so you don't have a big visible seam. You mean this? Like I did here? Or do you mean to do... do it like that? Because while this would work, this is all going to be visible on the very top of our box. Short side first. Alright. Short side. Long side. That's not bad. It does give me 4 layers of fabric here, though. Or 3 layers of fabric. Which might actually not be terrible. But it also means then that I have to spray that. Alright, we'll do this. We'll do that. That on those 2 corners. This one's the 45. And this one will wrap the corner in and pull these down. So it's got like this 45 in the corner. Alright. Let's move this so it doesn't get sprayed by overspray. Where's my spray? Here it is. Okay. Short side first. Wait for this to get tacky. We can spray this fabric because nobody's going to see it, except for on the top edge. We can't spray that. That will ruin the fabric, and I don't want to do that. I also don't even know if this... I've never used this one before. Dries quickly and colorless. Find this spray. Make bond while adhesive is tacky. Is that tacky? Huh, I guess so. Okay. Oh, I got a crease in it. Son of a biscuit. stupid. Here we go. Alright, let's see. How did these corners look? Well, this one was the fold over. That one would need a little bit of cleaning, because we would see this little tip. This one, ignore that crease there. I'm gonna have to cut that off. This one was the like 45 cut. It's super hard to squeeze out. This was the fold the long side down, like I did here, but we didn't cut anything out. But that is what you would see. Well, actually, this is what you would see. You would see about that much of it. This one obviously won't work. This one won't work. This one's annoying. There we go. Blend that corner in. Short side in, long side down. As long as that goes over the corner. Yeah, the 3M contact spray is way better. I don't know if I have another can of it. This stuff isn't bad. You don't have to wait for it to dry, I guess. But it's still tacky. But it doesn't come out like the other one, which I kind of like. The other one comes out all goofy. There's like a string of lines going up and down. So, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put this in. Can I put this in the box? No. Because with the fabric on it, it is just big enough that it won't come back out. So, we don't get to put that in the box. Yet. But, there's our bottom. Turned out rather nice. No creases. No nothing. I got some like weird lines here, but it looks like that's the way the fabric is. They're not creases or anything. I wonder if it's how the stuff is laying down. So stick that up there. Let's do a short side, shall we? This is the top. So we'll cut out the square. So I think that gave the best view. We'll cut the square out. And fold it down from the top. The bottom really doesn't matter, but might as well make it pretty. As long as we make nice clean cuts. All right. Yeah, it might have been just maybe I twisted it a little bit. I don't know. I only noticed it at an angle, so. Okay, fold the short side in first. Give that a good stretch. This stuff also isn't as wet as that other stuff. Like, it's not soaking through the fabric. You just watched me spray. So, and I'll trim the edge. There we go. It's not bad. Smooth that out. That's what you'll see. Oh, you'll see. Which way does it go? You'll see about that much. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, so, and I can still see my number in there. All right, so I have to change my paper. Turn this around. All right. Do this again. The tips of these scissors are way sharper. It might grass. I'm gonna have to play with it. The last time I did it, all I did was, well, they weren't visible. So all I did was this. I folded it in, right? And then I had this tag sticking up, and I just cut that tag off. So, but those weren't visible. These ones are a little more of a. So I'll conduct an experiment. But I think for now, this will do. So I think, oop, cut that, don't pull that. So I can't put the bottom in yet. I'd have to put a pull tab on it. But what I can do is I can put the tops in so y'all can see, or the sides. I can put the sides in so y'all can get a look at how they are, how it looks completed. Yep. Thanks, Purnell. Okay. Oh no, don't fold over now. Alright, fold the side in first. Fold the side in first. Gotta trim this off because I let it fold over and touch itself. Add a good press down. This one a good press down. Yep. There we go. It's not bad. I do have one little corner here, but it's green on black, and you can kind of fold this fabric in to kind of hide it a little bit. So I think we'll be all right. When y'all see this in real life, just remember, it's perfect. No mistakes. Hey, Wayne, what's going on, buddy? We are doing up the liner for the jewelry box, which is almost done. Thanks, Turner. Thanks, I appreciate it. When I can monetize the channel, I'm rather hoping. Oh, I forgot one. Rather hoping that I can keep like super chats off and just let YouTube pay me for views. Because I don't want people's money. I like doing this. This is fun. And I'd be doing this anyway. So. Fold over on yourself. You know, I rather like this, the simplicity of folding these corners over. Oh, that's good. I didn't know that. Ah. Rub the edges in. Yeah, I don't use this to make, like, I don't use YouTube, doesn't, isn't my life. So I have a job. I've got, this makes money. So I don't need people to give me money unless they want to buy something. I don't fault anybody for getting money from YouTube because I like to support people, show my appreciation, but I need a different piece of paper. Here. Use this one. It doesn't have any glue on it. Well, it's got wood glue on it, but it doesn't have any contact glue on it. Yeah. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that, well, people that will watch this in the future, and they're going to go, what the hell? Why would that moron do it that way? But it works, and I'm not an expert, so this is what we're going with. And this is the last one, so. Well, the last side. And then we're going to throw it in the container. We're going to see what it looks like. And then I'm going to say goodbye to y'all and have a drink. Well, maybe I'll have a drink while I'm saying bye to y'all, chatting with you a minute. This needing to concentrate thing has really cramped my my drinking style here. Still got a beverage stuck to the fridge over there. These are probably way too long. They don't need to be that long. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can screw up on the final one. Yep, then pop over to Steve's live. Oh, he's eating. He ain't gonna go live yet. It'll be 11 o'clock tonight again. Now, I wouldn't use this to spray the fabric for the front face. I definitely wouldn't do that, but it seems to be doing okay on the back. It doesn't soak through like the other stuff does. Oh, a little lump there. There we go. I think Turner's always eating. He's a grown boy. He's either eating good dinner or he's eating donuts. Those Christmas donuts that he likes. I'm just messing with you, Turner. Hope you know that. Okay. On those edges, get those nice and clean. Donuts and gummy bears, yep. You got new powder paint. Nice. You have a house by now if you stop. Hi, Cleveland. Thanks for coming in, bud. All right. So there is all 4 of our pieces done. Let us see how they look in the box, shall we? Yes, Steph, make brownies. I want brownies. All right, we won't put the bottom in because I don't want to have to dig it out. But this said side 2. Well, I don't remember where that was, so we're gonna go with this. Wait, my bevel's going the right way? Yep. And then do that. Have a house plan. That's funny as hell. And this one goes like this. Eh. On the right side. Oh no. There we go. This one goes over here. Wow. This one goes this way. And then we got to press fit the last one. To get past all the fabric. What's in here? Ugh. Oh no! I peeled it. Yeah. I'll have to work the fit in. We'll get it to fit better, but there's our box. Still holds on. Doesn't fall off. That's what she'll look like. Ignore that bow. That's that and that. I'll get that to fit better. But well, don't look at that side. Look at this side. There. There. There we go. There. I'll work that fit down. Don't worry about that. But that'll be how she'll look. Oh, my chat froze. Not mark his work. My logo will be right here. Right here. Well, actually, I'll probably put it down here. Because I don't want to mess that up. So I'll probably put it right here. Or I could put it right here. Inside the lid. Nah. I don't like that. I'll put it on the bottom. I like that better. Put it right there. I'll set that on the engraver later. But yeah, I think that's gonna look sexy. I think it looks good. I mean, the green. Well, obviously you'll have a bottom in it, but I gotta work the corners in a little bit. They got the extra fabric on there. It's got them all goofy, but. And then I'll end up gluing them in, and that way they hold proper. Mark the sides of them. I did. Then I covered them up with fabric. One of these has numbers on it, or actually all. Yeah, see, look, there's a number in there. Can't see what it is, but there's a number. I wonder if this one was supposed to go on this side, like that. No. Well, it's only going to cover the inside of the box, though. Yeah, this stuff's going to take a little bit of finagling, but I'll get her in there. And then I'll glue her down so she can't ever come out. But it would be a very fancy place for spinner baits. Like I could do one for the lid like that. But I don't know that that's strictly necessary. Because, oh man. Oh. Don't judge me. it almost looked really good forever. I mean, it fits in there so perfectly. Well, at least I didn't drop it all the way down there. But, yeah. That'll get sent out to Turner here in next couple of days. I'll do some light sanding, get everything, get a second coating on it, get my logo burned in the bottom, and get these to fit proper without any gaps and bending and stuff. And then ship it off. I appreciate that, Grass. I appreciate that. I'm going to set these back over here to finish curing. Now, time for y'all to look at my ugly mug. While I lay these out, I'm going to have a drink, and then I think I'm going to head out. Turner should be about done eating soon. Hey, Turner, don't forget, it's D-Walt. I definitely appreciate all you guys coming in, checking it out. I mean, good Lord, it's been 4 hours. I am so sorry for taking up all your time. But thanks for checking it out. The box, I'll post a picture on the community page so everybody can check it out. Once it's the final sanding is done and all that, or the final finish coatings are done. Hey, look, there's the box. I'll post a couple pictures up there, and then I'll get it mailed out to Turner. Hopefully, one of you guys wins it. If I win it in the Christmas thing, I hope it's filled with baits. That's all I gotta say. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all popping in. Thank you very much. We'll catch y'all later, I guess. D-Walt. No, this isn't Maker's Mark yet. That's later. Yeah, Grass. I'm in Northwest PA. Up by Erie. Or Lake Erie. D-Walt. All right, buddy. We'll see you guys all later. Thank you. Have a good night.